Actually, I have two things active. Hold on. Hide that. There we go. Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And have a bit of a different interface for today, since at some point Kryn will be joining me, but I'll be playing this for a couple hours and chatting along the way. So welcome back to Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Sorry about that. Should be better. I sorta managed a better Speed Racer Mach 5 design. Let's see.
Ready.
Yeah. The mouse likes to hang out on the screen. Hey there, Kat. Good to see you. Don't think I can edit this. Oh well, this should be fine.
Forgive me, but I don't think we've ever met before.
Ah, okay. Well, I'll have to see you back when Bryn's in, too.
I'm a leaf on the wind. as it should be.
I think I need to adjust my controls a little bit. There we go. I think that should work.
Ready.
Forgive me, but I don't think we've ever met before.
Unleash. must train harder.
Forgive me, but I don't think we've ever met before.
Unleash! I'm a leaf on the wind. The storm gathers.
Random track. Frenzy.
Release!
Finish.
Ultimate ninja power!
I couldn't stop him.
waste my time.
Looks like the mouth on that one got a little buggy.
Unleash. I'm a leaf on the random track. Release. I'm a leaf on the wind. I'm a leaf on the wind. Finish! Insulting.
Barely.
Don't waste my time.
Yeah, her mouth's not supposed to be animating like that. I might need to fix that.
Unleash. I'm a leaf on the darting vision. Leaf swirl. Gale. Release. Leaf swirl. Finish. As it should be.
Let me see something real quick and see if possibly the surge has been updated or something. Surge. Let me see. I can. We'll try to fix. One moment. That might be why. For now. Sorry about that.
Ready. Good job. Nothing more to be said.
Hyper Scorpion. I like the look of that one. That's an acceleration set.
Victory is at hand. superior. Excellent. I am superior. Excellent. All according to my calculations.
Ready. shameful display. As it should be. Unleash. Effortless. I'm a leaf on the wind. Leaf swirl. Leaf swirl.
Random track.
A windfall. I'm a leaf on the wind. Darting vision. Effortless. Release. Leaf swirl. Effortless. Ultimate ninja power. Prepare for next time. Prepare for next time. fall. Leaf swirl! Effortless. Vision. Finish! Shameful display. Unleash!
Confirmed.
All just back for more action! See you next time!
I'm a leaf on the wind. I'll find the solution to this maze. I'm a leaf on the wind. They're watching. Swirling gate. Final lap. Good job. Nothing more to be said. Unleash! I'm a leaf on the wind.
Just back for more action. See you next time.
Darting vision. Darting vision.
Random trap.
Effortless. Leaf swirl. Release. Effortless.
Good.
Leaf swirl. Release. Now this.
Final lap.
Leaf swirl. Fall, Metal Sonic.
I'll tear you to shreds, SBO.
Swirling kick. Good job. Nothing more to be said. ready.
Shameful display.
ultimate ninja power. Ready.
Catman112347
Hey, Cat. It's been going pretty well.
Good job. Nothing more to be said.
Car set unlocked. Hope you've been having a good day, Cat.
I'm a leaf on the wind. Release. Swirling gale. Not bad. No complaints. Shameful display.
Yeah, I don't think we're winning this one. Yeah, definitely not. Bumped us to second, but it's not good enough. Let me see if I can tweak anything with my cover. one I didn't change the materials for this.
Ready. Unleash! Insulting. Unleash.
Just back for more action. See you next time.
He's showing up later. Another hour or two, as far as I can tell.
Effortless. Swirling gale. Random track. Leaf swirl. I'm a leaf on the wind.
And I intend to do like a timestamp after the stream to mark the actual hangout portion, chat portion.
Maximum output.
Effortless. I'm a leaf on the wind. Effortless. Leaf swirl. This is fine. Finish! Shameful display.
Hey, Bolty. Yeah, I guess the control panel has been bugging out because it's not listing anyone viewing, no chats, no views, which is just odd. And no. In fact, after Bryn's portion, whenever he shows up, I'll probably do a second stream after this.
Good.
So just fun game, but I don't know if I can go upwards of 8 hours playing this. I'll try to fix that. Okay, no. Finish the race first.
Insulting.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to lower the difficulty. See if that's any better.
Ready. I'm a leaf on the wind. Effortless. Leaf swirl. Effortless. I'm a leaf on the wind. Release. Darting vision. Release. Effortless. Release. Leaf swirl.
All just back for more action. That's it. See you next time.
Effortless. 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 I'm a leaf on the wind. As it should be.
So, how are things sounding now? Any better? That's a cool vehicle. There's not much I can do about that other than just bring the mic closer. Is that any better?
Good. Swirling gale. Ultimate ninja power.
Well, Egg Pond really didn't do well. But if we got enough rings... Nope. Sure.
Impossible. Leaf swirl. Leaf swirl. Leaf swirl. Leaf swirl. Effortless. Galactic parade. Release. Release.
Hold just back for more action. See you next time.
Darting vision. Leaf swirl. Release. I'm a leaf on the wind. Leaf swirl. Leaf swirl. Darting vision. Finish! As it should be.
Yep.
Effortless. Leaf swirl. Effortless. Leaf swirl. Leaf swirl. Ultimate ninja power.
Yep. It's partially in the name, with it being Crossworlds. They have been doing various crossover DLC. Started with Minecraft, well, of non-Sega properties. Started with Minecraft, and then just like the other day, very recently, was the SpongeBob stuff, and then coming up, I think the next stuff is Mega Man, which will be pretty cool. And then otherwise, for Sega properties, they've got well, obviously all the Sonic characters. They got stuff from I forget the name of this one. One of the recent series where they had these alternate reality versions of characters. They've got Joker from Persona 5. They got Ichiban from the Yakuza Like a Dragon series. They got Hatsune Miku. And then they've got Steve, Alex, and a Creeper. And then, of course, most recently added SpongeBob and Patrick. And most of them have their own vehicles.
Ready.
So, like, if I were to go into, let's see, under handling, there's both the minecart vehicle and the paddy wagon. And then for Ichiban, they've got the Dragon Brave. Hatsune Miku has the Diva Machina. And something. I seem to be missing. No, here it is. Arsene Wing for Joker. I think that's everyone. I could do a race with this one. See how it goes. Personally, I'm most excited for the Mega Man crossover. I'll do so next race. Sponge Boy me Bob.
Good. Effortless. Leaf swing. Leaf swing. Effortless. Darting vision. Leaf swing. Monster strike. Darting vision. Effortless. Swirling gale. Leaf swing.
See you next time.
Effortless. Leaf swirl. Effortless. Darting vision. Effortless. Effortless. Release. Ultimate ninja power.
Come on. My team's got to pick up the pace. Right, so I will warn, the DLC characters don't have voices. Maybe some sound effects, but not voices. Yeah, so there's... I'm not sure if the Mega Man one is next, because then there's also 3 more courses that are 3 more DLCs sets. I'm only a little disappointed they didn't do any levels for the Sega characters that show up. But maybe they plan on adding more. Could be free content. Because they announced Knights. They also announced II from Super Monkey Ball series and 2 IDW Sonic comic characters. Tango the Lemur and Whisper the Wolf. So that should be fun. People are, well, they exist as mods as well. People are also hoping that Surge and Kitsunami make it in as well. So SpongeBob just has like the bubbly sounds that he makes, apparently. I mean, it's another Sega property, so... And they've been in previous Sega crossover racing games. I'm curious if they're going to be doing Jet Set Radio or... Space Channel 5. Maybe even Crazy Taxi. I think those have all existed in previous Sega racing games. Yeah. I'm sure it's a matter of just licensing and other things that they had to work around. But it's a little ironic with like Hatsune Miku. I don't know if she's voiced. But Ichiban's not voiced either, neither is... I don't think Joker is either.
Nice.
I'm not even sure if the other characters... there's also, like... There was a pre-order bonus of getting the Werehog Sonic. I guess it makes sense. The Sonic Riders reps are not easy to beat. That's a cool car. I don't think I've seen many people use it, so I can only hope it's decent. Is it a handling car? It is. Nice. Let's see, paint style. Candy blue, and candy red. It's kind of cool. Similar. Let's see, what's this? Metallic. I like it. New power vehicle as well. It's interesting that they didn't have a hidden extreme machine, given that they are the extreme machine group. Titles. Yeah. Let me do a Grand Prix. It's not really anyone that fits a Egyptian theme.
is at hand.
About 15 minutes, I think. Rin will be popping in.
Sonic, you look ridiculous. Oh, you're cosplaying as a car to go faster.
I am unsure how to respond to such stupidity, so I'll just beat you in this race. Forward.
Where'd you come from?
Superior. Good. Superior. Excellent.
Everyone move, I gotta catch up.
Yeah, but he's one of my favorite characters.
This should be useful.
And, well, thanks to the mod, he's actually voiced. He doesn't normally say anything.
Excellent.
Just kind of makes robot noises.
Excellent. Superior. Good. Guilty. Superior. Excellent.
But the Sonic team has been very open to people using mods and things, as long as it's not, like, affecting the actual, like, performance of vehicles and things. If it's kept to, like, purely cosmetic, they don't mind.
This is in the bag!
And while it's not in the game, someone picked, I think, Storm or Hatsune Miku. No, I think they picked Hatsune Miku, and then they had Storm as the rival, which was hilarious to many that know the, I guess, Snap Cube reference, which I only barely knew of beforehand.
I am superior.
Where'd you come from?
Ooh, seems like a fitting map. Very fitting map.
Superior. Go. 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 superior.
Yeah, another set of red rings complete. Alright, we're not quite done yet, because now it's a combination of the 3 tracks. Maybe if I finish this quickly enough, it'll be just in time for Grin, I assume.
I gotta take him out now!
Well, I'll see you in a bit then.
Man, I'm right here.
Well, that's a bit then.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Oh, I hear myself. Ah, panic. It's not. It's just because of the thing. Mute. There we go. Oh, how are you doing, man? How was your Tuesday?
It's been going alright so far.
Not the best.
I mean,
What's keeping
Compared-
it from being the best?
I don't know. it's just a day.
Yeah, I know. I was just like what do you call it? Ask that question because sometimes to me it's just like, well, first of all, fuck you. It's a bad question to ask someone because they don't tell me how to have a better day. Okay, but the second thing is it's also I don't know. It kind of helps you put things in perspective of like what could it, like one of my favorite movies of all time, Fluff, is this thing called a movie called About Time, and it's the overall concept of the movie. Basically, it has it being like, what if you lived every day like it was amazing, and that's kind of the overall consensus of it. Like, okay, well, if I do have autonomy, what could I have done to make this just a slightly bit better instead of having to like steep in my misery? Now, of course, you didn't say that, but this is how my brain always operates in the background of like, it kind of forced optimism because I kind of lean to more to the gloomy side of things, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But alas, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I could have made the day better if I needed to.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mean it like that. I mean it like it's just a good like almost like a framing to be like, okay, well, today was actually pretty great as far as like we got streaming, you got to play video games, all those kinds of variables, you know. Or at the very least, I want you to like vent to me, be like, hey, today was actually shitty. I'm like, hit me. Why was it? And I'll be like, that's the bullshit day. Hopefully tomorrow is not shitty. You know?
I mean, today was so far an average day. So
Average.
yeah,
Yeah, days be
not
like
nothing
that,
bad,
unfortunately.
nothing good necessarily. Just outside of hanging out with you.
Oh, well, thank you. So I hope that's a good part of it. We'll see. But I was gonna say, what did you end up like doing all day then?
I woke up, I prepped for the stream, and now I'm streaming.
No, I know that. But what have you done? Like I see you're playing this what I call a goddamn card game that I can't think of, but I think it's the one that came out as a competitor to Smash Super Mario Bros. Right?
Kinda, yeah. It's Sonic Racing Crossworlds, which I mean, compared to Nintendo, I don't need to buy a whole new console just to play it.
Did you make any grounded? Did you get like any high scores? I'm not sure what the objective here is.
It's try to win. It's a racing
Gotcha.
game.
Oh, okay, so like there's no like, have you gotten better times? You unlocked any cars?
Yeah, leading up to this, I was doing I think they call it the race park, where you go up against rival teams of AI racers, and then if you beat them after challenging them 3 times, you unlock a new like vehicle, which this was the final one I got, was this I think they call it Ancient Throne, so it's this cool Egyptian style.
Cool. Yeah, I get a little bit Aztec kind of vibe because of the square blocks, but yeah, Egyptian makes sense too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Ra a little bit. That's funny how that's all of the armors, even like in Smite, it has a similar kind of robotic. It's like everyone believes that the pyramids are alienified, essentially.
I think it's partially thanks to things like Stargate, where they made the
right?
like sci-fi Egyptian stuff, or the myth that like pyramids were actually starships all along, or whatever.
Ooh, I'm partial to the battery one. That one seems fun. I'm not sure if it's real, but it seems fun.
Yeah, I think they're just giant tombs for pharaohs because they.
You don't ever fuck with any of that? Oh boy.
Well, no, I think it's cool, but I think the reality is just pretty mundane. It was just they wanted to.
I can see that. But you don't think when you like hear about weird stuff, like I'm not sure if any of this stuff like sparks anything for you, but the idea of like how what do you call it? They used to predate certain like architecture or structures as being only certain, like only somewhat old, essentially. And then I think it was this one place that they discovered, Quinteple or something. I can't think of the name. But anyways, they were able to carbon date it way earlier as far as like humanity's first arrival on the planet or something, or coming into like the Stone Age or something like that. Anyways, it was just this like cool moment where for such a long time the prevailing theory was like human beings are this old and like this is when we were doing this, and that makes sense because of all the timelines. And then this like weird structure pops up out of nowhere, and they can carbon date like the wood, I think, to see how old it actually is. They're like, oh shit, this pushes back the clock like big time. And to me, I don't know why, man. I know it's like this weird like conspiracy theory hellscape, but to me, I do find it really interesting. Like. It just the concept and like the thought experiment of like religions and like certain stories and mythos all having to do with like certain things that like, we're like, yeah, it could be like a cataclysm or like a meteor impact or like a mass weather phenomenon that could cause like mass devastation and kill a lot of people. And either some people go like really far and they're like the whole world was reset or blah 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 blah. The world's billions and trillions of years old actually. But then there's a step removed, which I think is also fun to play with, which is like, okay, well, hypothetically, I think that's entirely reasonable that like a weather phenomenon takes out like a tiny little village, and they ended up like creating a whole mythos to kind of like tell people stories that tells them like, hey, maybe build stronger structures. Hey, maybe don't build right beside a fucking lake or like an ocean, and you get typhooned.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, like I mentioned, I think our last time we did our Taco Tuesday or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Talking about like the whole difference of like, it was like a lesson I grew up with in church, but it was the whole difference of like building on the sand or the stone. And there's like this, it was essentially a story of like one guy that would make sure he built his home upon the stone, the other one kept building it upon the sand. So whether it be winds or floods or anything else, essentially the foundation was not there to stabilize the home, so it would get destroyed. I guess it's like a different version of like the Three Little Pigs kind of story.
It totally makes sense. I was gonna say it does make me wonder though, like you're in the position of like it's probably like an analogy, right? Like in some regards, right? Because like I'm thinking like if somebody did build like a sand on a house, they'd very quickly find out that would be a bad idea, kind of thing.
Right.
But I wonder why they would instill that basic lesson into it, essentially, because there's already like there's a lot of lessons. Granted, there's a lot of lessons in the Bible.
I think it's the idea there is that it's supposed to be like make sure you have like a stable foundation for whatever you're doing, so that way if anything bad happens, you would survive it. You would be able to. It's partially one of the other things that my church would do was I forget the word, but essentially they would always have like ingredients and like other dry goods that would like last a very long time. They would pretty much just store food, so in case of any emergencies, they would always have something prepared.
Yeah, it's a prepper type stuff. Yeah, that's
it's sort of like that, but it's just like in case of like they need to help themselves or help others, whatever it may be.
Okay, yeah.
But it's like essentially just
like,
making sure that you prepare for potential disaster. Like, it's not that it's ever going to happen, but in case if it does, it's better that you are prepared than not to be. And then similarly, to be stubbornly building upon the sand, we have real world examples of that, where people have these beautiful coastline homes, and then like a landslide or a flood or whatever else happens, and suddenly all those homes are gone. And in a similar way, in like Japan, one reason why they build their houses out of like tatami and other such materials is they planned ahead that, okay, we have so many natural disasters that occur, whether it be like tsunamis and floods or and earthquakes, that those materials are very easy to rebuild their homes.
I was about to say, yeah.
Rather than trying to build like an expensive, hard to replicate house that will crumble eventually, they instead was like, okay, we just make sure we rebuild it back to the way it was, where it's super easy for them.
It's hilarious that China is like literally right beside them, and they're like, apparently they're making like gigantic stone palaces of like concrete things, just because the housing market is so weird over there, where like their investment structure.
Part of it is like, I don't know if it's still going on, but it was part of their global economy stuff was essentially just hiring people to build what's called ghost cities, where like an entire city exists, but no one lives there, and they're not allowed to live there, but it makes them look better on paper. Because it's like, hey, see, we have our jobs and everything going for them, and so.
Yeah, I read an article that was maybe that's a verb, like a piece of the puzzle, but I thought the dominant thing was basically that like in China, one of the main ways that people basically like invest, you know how like we invest in the stock market in the Western world typically, or something like that, the S&P 500. But apparently in China, it was big into like just buying like a third home, a fourth home, a fifth home, because it's a collateral asset that you basically always have. But the issue is that basically the trickle down economics or whatever happened over there was that everyone started to do that, so then the massive uptick in houses went crazy. But also it is like, if that's your only asset essentially, that you're like kind of open, because China's really strict on like what they can invest in, for better or worse, you're kind of like stuck with whatever they kind of give you. So if you're a big ass company that's making a decent amount of money through slave labor or whatever the hell you want to call it, what do you call it, that's like a revenue or an asset that you can do, is like dump money all into that. And of course China's gonna love that, because it, like you said, that's the other aspect, where it's also going to bolster the perceived look of China basically being this like, you know, economic powerhouse with look how much houses we have, look how much like machining we're always doing and things like that. So yeah, that was the stuff that I heard as well. So interesting, definitely weird. It's so fucked up, because
there's so many layers about it, so it's just like, don't know how much of it's true, don't like, without being there. And well, unless if you are Chinese born, you're probably not gonna have a good time. I've seen plenty of that issue there.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many things like that, but I'll tell you, I don't really pay attention to stuff like that. I do hear stories for sure. I was going to say, hi, Multi. I didn't say hi, buddy. Hey, what's good? Yeah. How are you?
Cat was here. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he still is here. But Catman was popped in earlier.
That's awesome. I know. I seen the post. That's why I'm not posting on the thing. I seen that you posted at 12 that we were going to do it. So that I just seen it. And I was like, oh shit, okay. Mm-hmm. So I won't post it anymore. But what do you call it? Cat or not cat? Fluff.
Yep.
I cannot ramble at you about the philosophy type shit that I've been thinking about. So what do you want to jump into, buddy?
Well, we could talk about like other interests and things that we've been up to lately. So. So, like, for me, I've been focusing on getting a couple of the Yakuza series games completed, making good progress in both Judgment or Lost Judgment and Like a Dragon, which is otherwise like Yakuza 7, essentially, is what it's known for. But I've been doing 2 at a time lately, because it's like, well, one's an RPG and the other one's a brawler, so it's easy enough for me to kind of progress both steadily rather than being like, oh, well, 2 of them are RPGs or 2 of them are brawlers, so then I'm just potentially messing up my own muscle memory or whatever else. But otherwise, though, I've been really liking the RPG change of pace, where it's weird because it's Sega-made game, but the whole idea is the main character is like, when he was growing up, he just played Dragon Quest, like the original Dragon Quest, because it was like, I think late 90s, if not like very early 2000s, before he got sent to jail for like 18 years. But because of how it is, he has this like overactive imagination. So whenever he gets into combat, instead of like the normal Yakuza games where it turns into a brawler and you're actually like legitimately fighting hand-to-hand combat, I mean, yeah, they exaggerate some things, but overall it's like still like a more grounded approach.
They're trying to represent like mass and like the hit power of a hit by adding like red flare,
but instead,
kind of more...
yeah, so they still have those visual effects, but because of Ichiban's overactive imagination,
yeah, he's a psycho.
Whenever he's in a fight, it behaves like a turn-based RPG. So everyone takes a turn, and like even very early on, like his like friend that he was doing Yakuza tasks with was like, why do you let them hit you? And it's like, well, it's because I'm trying to be a hero. I can't just beat the shit out of them. I gotta give them a chance. So it's just like, so he's just, but because he just absolutely adored Dragon Quest, which it's like I think a Capcom or Square Enix game, so that's where I'm still surprised. Because like you would think it would be a Sega game, but I guess Sega didn't really do many RPGs at the time.
That's really cool. Yeah. Makes
so
it more believable.
But it's fun because it's essentially a RPG about other RPGs, but it's still a built into the Yakuza franchise storyline. So it's like he was a former Yakuza. He had to take the fall for his patriarch. That
sorry to interrupt. I was gonna say, do the games of Yakuza kind of operate or like a fucked up pretext? Because like, do like they kill people, or is it just like, no, these guys just beat up people, they rough them up? It's kind of like the best version of mobsters.
So the irony is, despite it being called Yakuza, at least in the West, the main characters have like 30 minutes or less of actually being part of the Yakuza. Where there's one reason or another, they either leave or they get expelled or whatever.
Bullshit, so then they get the card of being a part of the Yakuza. That's ass.
Well, and so, yeah, but the idea there is that like now you're dealing with other Yakuza clans or your own clan that has betrayed you or whatever it may be. So in the case of like with Ichiban, part of his thing is like it's been 18 years. He got sent to prison and he's been there. Like it was only supposed to be like 15, but it got extended due to some behavioral. Like he ended up getting into a fight at one point, even though he had been holding his ground and refusing for the longest time. But eventually he just couldn't take the other prisoners' harassment, essentially.
Gotcha. Okay. Brutal. All right. So then he finally fought back, or what?
Right. And so it ended up extending his sentence by 3 years. So he was like New Year's 2001 was essentially when he got sent to prison, New Year's Day. And then he got out of it in like 2018, 2019. I forget exactly. So a lot has changed because of just how much time has passed, where he got out of prison. There was a detective that was like trying to help him out. And so he was like, okay, well, first things first, let me go get my hair cut because his hair grew out and he wanted to get his old punch perm back. And then so when he went and asked the salon to do it, they're like, no one's done a punch perm in decades. I don't know how to do this. So he gets this like wacky frizzy hair instead. and now it's still a perm, so it's kind of stuck that way until he can like get it cut again or let it grow out significantly.
And then it becomes his iconic hairstyle, or what?
But yeah, so Prince becomes his iconic hairstyle. But with like how it goes, after he gets out of prison, he's trying to find his patriarch and then realizes a lot has changed. His clan doesn't exist anymore the way it did. They've actually merged with this other kind of coalition called the Omi Alliance. And
I like his hair too.
he was also hoping his patriarch would be there waiting for him, and sadly he wasn't, because a lot changed in the extra 3 years that he was in prison, let alone the 15 that he was intended to be in.
What do you like about the series, like the game, so much? Like, because to me they look like as an outsider, they look kind of like super silly, super fun. But the fact that there's like 8 of them, I feel like, and maybe this is like I haven't played them, I feel like I'd get a little fatigued after a little bit. So I'm curious what keeps you playing.
It helps that for the most part the games are like a brawler, so it's a pretty simple combat system. Like you gradually, with every game, you unlock skills or re-unlock skills, technically, depending on which game and character you're playing as. So at its core, it's just a simple beat-em-up kind of game where it has like good hand-to-hand combat, satisfying visuals, and that sort of thing. But they also have really good crime drama stories where it has a balance there where it's like the main story can be pretty serious. Most characters die in cutscenes, rather than like the main characters don't canonically kill people.
Okay.
Even though like
they witnessed a heart attack. What happened?
Well, it's just that normally they're supposed to be using hand-to-hand combat, so some of the stuff gets all like absurd, where it's like turns into like a Die Hard style action movie or whatever. But the idea is that like generally the main characters are just beating other people up and trying to solve problems, usually with their fists, which is silly enough. I mean, they make note of that with like Kiryu, where like he tries to solve his problems with punching. It's like that's just all he does. But it's just had this like lengthy storyline where it spans over decades because of the games that have come out, including Yakuza 0, which I think its director's cut is actually coming out soon on PC, which is cool.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, it's really cool.
But Yakuza 0 was a more recent release, comparatively, where it ended up being a prequel for both Kiryu and a signature character, but wasn't really actively played as until after this, which was Goro Majima, which is, he became known as like the Mad Dog of, I forget his old clan name, but he was known as the Mad Dog. He had an eye patch, he wears like a snakeskin jacket, he's kind of crazy, and then over time they kind of made him crazier, including after they did Yakuza 0, they did what they started calling the Kiwami remakes, which are, it means like extreme, but it was like a complete remake of the original 2 games with a 3rd one coming next year.
Okay.
But one of the things they did with the first Kiwami was they added a new mini game mode called Majima Everywhere, where after, like at the end, it's not really much of a spoiler, but at the end of 0, Kiryu and Majima finally meet face to face, and he's like, "Yo, Kiryu-chan," and that's what he calls him ever since. It's like this affectionate nickname for him. Yeah. And then in Kiwami 1, he just shows up everywhere. He can show up out of a manhole cover, out of a dumpster. He dresses up as like a cabaret girl at one point. All these like silly things, and you have to fight him.
Sick, crazy.
And then if you manage to defeat him enough times, he gets tougher and tougher. You level up your Dragon of Dojima fighting style, which is like Kiryu's legendary signature fighting style that he is known for.
Yeah.
But back in like Yakuza 0, they had it where both characters learned 4 different fighting styles, where they had their Kiryu had like Brawler, Beast, and Rush. So he had like really speedy. He had Beast was like tanky, but also like kind of grabbed
different styles,
heavy weapons and smacked people around with like a whole motorcycle or whatever it may be. And then Brawler was just like this kind of grounded, standard balanced fighting style. And then eventually you would unlock, depending on the character. I think Kiryu, funny enough, like they unlock their legendary fighting styles in 0 by doing a specific like business management mini game. So Kiryu gets into real estate, and so you have this management mini game, and once you finish it to its entirety, you like fully unlock his dragon style. And then Majima, I think, is he was like having a bit of a falling out with his Yakuza clan. So to kind of make amends, he was made to control or manage a cabaret club, which is more common in Japan. I don't know if they still have them, but essentially it's like kind of just a place for men to go. They have pretty girls there. They give them kind of a girlfriend experience. It's not a strip club or any of that sort of thing. It's instead just they spend time and then the guys get to essentially get a girlfriend experience out of it.
Yeah,
and so
they're gonna have a woman dote on them. Essentially, is my understanding. Like, as if you did have a wife, you go there for like someone to touch your shoulder, tell you that you look handsome. How was your day? Oh, I'm set. So interesting. Let me hear about it. That kind of stuff. Oh, also, I was gonna say, Kat, did you play the Yakuza games? Looks like you did. He's the best. Majima is one of my favorite characters. Holy shit, did you play all of them, Kat?
If not played, at least has seen the playthroughs of them. Because I've been, because I set a goal after I'd watched, last year there was a channel that I watched that was doing, can I complete, as in 100%, every achievement, every little in-game challenge, can I complete the Yakuza series in a year? So he was like, the year of Like a Dragon, I think is what he called it. And that kind of partly inspired me because I was like, I started collecting various of the games. I think I actually bought Like a Dragon first, but around the same time I was getting certain VTubers and such. Kason in particular was like, don't play 7 first if you want to understand the story. You should check out them in relative order, if not chronological, at least in release order. So I was like, okay, fair enough. So I started playing 7 way back when, and I was like, you know what, I should actually play them in order. So then I briefly started 0, and then this year, near the beginning of the year, I was like, okay, let me actually make a goal, not 100% complete, but finish the stories of each game. So I started with Kiwami 1 and just worked my way through. And then, of course, I started streaming this year, about halfway through, around July. So I was like, okay, well, now that I've gotten some other games out of the way, let me go finish my goal that I set before the end of the year, because I would have felt bad had I not been able to at least meet that goal. And technically, I've done so. Because the main goal was that I wanted to complete 1 through 6 so that way I could properly play 7, because it's the RPG and kind of after the original main character's story has mostly wrapped up. They've added more since, but originally it was like, oh well, they're passing the torch over to the new character, so this original character, he's had his time. So I had already played up through 4. So then I decided to start streaming 5, 6, and then I was like, okay, well, now that I've gotten 6 done, and thankfully 6 was relatively short, although I had more fun with it than 5. 5 took a while, but that's because it's 5 playable characters. Just in Yakuza 4, it's 4 playable characters. So they have each 3 or 4 chapters per character, with one of them being like split between two characters because you get to play as Kiryu's adopted daughter Haruka. But she doesn't fight, even though people have done mods to allow her to fight. She doesn't fight. She's instead trying to become an idol.
Yeah, I thought I heard talk about it before. Yeah.
With then one of the friends of Kiryu kind of watching over her as they're over in Sotenbori, which is another city, whereas the original main city was like called Kamurocho, which is based off of a real location of Japan. But either way, it's like each one had like their own set of like unique mini games. So there was Kiryu was trying to be undercover to a degree because of various things that had happened in regarding the Yakuza clans and such, that he kind of wanted to fly under the radar. So he's going by a different name, and he joined a taxi company. But then it was like rather silly because not only was he had a normal like drive people around in a taxi, but then he also had half of the mini games tied to it was going on the highway and doing these like racing mini games, which were relatively easy, but it was still kind of fun and
also, what a terrible place to hide from the Yakuza. You're gonna meet like hundreds of people every day. Driving around the city.
I mean, like he pretty much like wore shades, a hat, and glasses, and like a mask to kind of help.
Like an office cubicle job where you'll never see like anybody.
But he was also in a different city, which wouldn't have known him. There was different clans at the time. Now, of course, he still gets dragged into Yakuza activities once more. But then also it's because it all culminates with the other characters they get to play as. Where there's like Saejima, which is Majima's sworn brother, but he's a guy that took the fall for a setup, a fake. I mean, it's a little exaggerated where it's like, okay, that doesn't make much sense, but he went to do a job which resulted in him supposedly killing like 18 men in close quarters.
Okay,
but
damn,
it was like the ammo he was loaded with were so-called rubber bullets, which I mean, even that close that close quarters would probably kill people. But regardless, he didn't actually kill anyone. The guy that set him up did kill most of the guys to at least be convincing about it, but of course that kind of led to his own downfall. But he had to be in prison for a very long time.
One second. So in Yakuza, like the main guys they're trying to keep is like what sounds like my have nothing opinion. It sounds like they're trying to keep these people as like reality TV stars or like K-pop drama main characters, so they can't like vilify them necessarily to the audience.
Not quite.
So when I hear death,
as I noted, like most characters that do die are in cutscenes. Like they don't. It's not by the player's own hand, and it's usually not the player characters that do it. They try to keep them.
What I was trying to make.
Right. So they pretty much try to give reasons where it's like most of the time they get set up, they get framed, they take the fall, whether willfully or not, and then they're usually then coming back from it. It's like, okay, well, I didn't commit the crime, but they set me up for it, and there's no way I can convince them otherwise, so I'm just going to serve the time. So Kiryu, Saejima, Ichiban, and some of the others all have just served their time, which has been decades of prison time. So now it's like, the irony is that then it becomes most of the characters are in their 40s or older, where it's like they're doing these potentially superhuman things, but they're middle-aged or older men.
And they throw the backs of most people,
And then almost in every game, Kiryu has been like mortally wounded, one reason or another, and then, but he's managed to survive. He has the willpower.
I'm thinking of who's like the iconic one, who's like I've just seen it. All I think of when I think of Yakuza is the damn meme where he's sitting at a table.
Yes,
and he punches.
So he has the light gray suit with a red shirt.
Red,
and then they kind of did an inverse of that with Ichiban. He has like this kind of red suit with a light gray shirt to kind of show it's like the opposite, the mirror, the yin to the yang kind of character, and that's kind of how they were trying to portray him. Funny enough, if I go back, so in this game, it's a Sega game. Ichiban is one of the playable characters. So, so they have him here.
That's cute. Yeah, I mean, he looks iconic. He looks way more iconic than the other guy without even trying, which is kind of cool.
He has his almost afro kind of hair. It's just this poofy,
so
rugged
what was it
look.
Supposed to be? You said he was like trying to get a perm that was like whatever, but then it blew out.
So
what was his hair supposed to be?
His hairstyle initially was this like really tight, what they call a punch perm, where it's just like tight to the head, but it's just like kind of clean, where he doesn't have to worry about like cutting it or anything or styling it, because it's just a perm is meant to like hold its look
structure. Is it like slick back?
Yeah, it was kind of this somewhat slick back. I don't have an easy way to show an example of it, but but either way, like the joke is that like the salon person didn't know how to do those anymore, and so he just got this permanent, almost afro, but just kind of the goofy poof of a hair.
Works for him.
But he's a character that's like very much holds his ideals above everything else. He cares about his friends. If anyone's struggling, he will help. He will do whatever in his power to help, even if he's not.
He's like
regardless if he's actually qualified to do so, he will try and surprisingly succeed. He has like the dumb luck stat essentially. But like he's in his he's like 43 or something with like one of the other first party members he meets, because after he gets out of prison, he gets shot by his own patriarch to kind of save face, because he's like pretending not to know him anymore and that sort of thing, and because of how things have changed. So don't know how it's going to result, because I'm still pretty early in the game, respectively.
So his character is basically like a guy with a heart of gold that was dealt like a bad hand, but
so he was shot in the chest. He barely managed to survive, but he was like dumped in a homeless little area, so he's just like left for dead. But a person that found him was a former nurse that lost his license and ended up losing his home. So but he ended up helping him out. He did his best to like stitch him up, and he survived. But then he also found that in his like jacket pocket was like this bloody fake dollar bill, or not dollar bill, but yen. It was like 10,000 yen or whatever. It was worth a lot, but it was seemingly fake money, counterfeit, and that sets him on a path to figure out what's going on. But the homeless guy, it becomes his like first proper party member. But
am I getting my wires crossed a little bit here, Fluff? So Ichiban is the guy who's with the spiky, crazy hair who he ends
with the
up
red
getting
suit.
shot in the chest. But where I'm getting tripped up is I thought you said that like how he went to prison was because he got like people pinned a murder on him. But why would they pin a murder on a guy they shot?
So that was a different character.
Different character. Okay.
Well, technically, so Ichiban at the start, it was like New Year's Eve today. He was hanging out with this patriarch, and they went and got like food and drink and just had a good time, and then he passed out like on a bench afterwards. But during that time, one of the other members of his clan killed another like Yakuza person, like for another clan, and it was a higher ranking guy that did it. But when he came back to the clan's office, his patriarch was like, look, I can't have this guy take the fall. I need you to do so. And Ichiban happily took the fall and was sent to prison for what meant to be 15 years, ended up 18. And when he came back, so much time had passed, things changed, the various shakeups with
the lovable guy, the big buff fucking red shirt smack desk guy. Did they become friends?
Yes, but that's later in the game and technically a spoiler. But Kiryu does return. And initially they aren't allies, but he becomes a friend, and then in the follow-up game called Infinite Wealth, he's a party member. So
hell yeah.
And so that's really cool.
So wait, have they passed on is that the nature of the Yakuza games, where eventually they're like, okay, now we're passing on the torch to this guy, but we'll still bring in characters possibly to like having this new main character?
It seems like it, but it's kind of up in the air at the moment, because they also started a spin-off series.
It does look squishable. Yeah.
Called Judgment and Lost Judgment, where it's a whole new set of characters. You instead play as a former lawyer turned detective, and you're still in like the same locations, but it's at different points in time. So like in the time periods, I think Judgment takes place after Yakuza 6, but before Yakuza 7. Then Yakuza 7 happens, and then Lost Judgment occurs like 3 years after the first game of Judgment. And so a lot of what happened changed. Like, certain things changed where, like, certain Yakuza clans fully dissolved by this point. So it's more just, like, traditional crime gangs, or, like, more modern kind of gangs instead of organized crime sorts of stuff. But there's like still connections where the main character of Judgment is Yagami, and he has his like best friend and partner of their in their detective agency is Kaito, and he's a former Yakuza as well. So he has like he's more the brawn, whereas Yagami is meant to be the brains, but he also had this like issue of what his biggest case was defending a alleged murderer.
Okay.
And he successfully won the case as a lawyer.
The catch
of the guy was pronounced innocent, but shortly after, just like days later, he seemingly murdered his girlfriend, and so he's put back in prison immediately. Turns out that was a frame job as well. But it ruined
his girlfriend died. Jesus.
Yeah, and it ruined Yagami. Well, it's not Yagami's girlfriend, but the guy that he successfully defended in court.
Oh, okay.
And then Yagami's life got ruined as a lawyer. Like, he could not continue as a lawyer at that point. 3 years went by, and he became a detective instead. But all the stuff that started happening led back to him trying to figure it all out. He ended up finding the truth of what happened with that case, while also breaking apart. And well, it actually ended up being the case he was investigating now as a detective was the same. It was all connected to that everything that happened 3 years prior. But as it is, he was a former lawyer turned detective. His best friend was former Yakuza turned detective. They both kind of had reasons to kind of climb back up to make a name for themselves. And then Lost Judgment happens, where it occurs a few years later after the events of Yakuza 7, which I'm actually playing at the same time. But there's certain things I'm like, these are not too bad of a spoiler, because they are mostly disconnected. They have very little overlap, other than one is in Kamurocho, and then now it's in Yokohama, which is also based off of real locations in Japan. There's like a really pretty giant rainbow Ferris wheel and other things like that over there in Yokohama, which is pretty cool. So, as far as I know, outside of like, there's like maybe one or two characters that overlap and show up in one or the other game. So there's like a party member from Yakuza 7 and Infinite Wealth that shows up in Lost Judgment, and then Kaito, I think, is at least he's like DLC, so it might not be canonical, but he shows up in like the newer Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii as well. But either way,
Cool.
it's like why do I like this series so much? I feel like it's kind of an underrated. It was very niche up until like Yakuza 0 came out to the West, and then suddenly everyone of a small pocket, but everyone started really digging the series, and it's been growing more and more, where it's become one of, if not the most prominent mascot series for Sega, more so than Sonic, which is a little ironic given the game I'm playing, but still.
Crazy. Yeah. No, definitely has like manpower behind it, yeah.
But I've enjoyed where it's like, it has a pretty good brawler system, and that's only gotten better with each game. We're to the point where I would consider, and I agree with someone else that kind of kept shilling for it in their own way, that Lost Judgment probably has the best combat in the series so far, because the character Yagami, he has new fighting styles, so he has like kind of his own version of homebrew kung fu, where he has tiger style, which is more of a balanced but also single target kind of offensive style, but also still can be able to defend himself. He has Crane, which is focused on like dealing with multiple enemies at once. And then in Lost Judgment, he kind of develops his own version of what he calls Snake, to kind of be this defensive counterattack parrying kind of thing, so that way he could deal with these like troublemaking high school / college student type people. So it's like, so he doesn't hurt them too badly. So he kind of develops this, okay, I'm not gonna like hit him real hard or kick him or anything. I'm just gonna grapple him down and kind of apprehend them.
Man,
and
I see some of the combat. It still seems like he's fucking these people up like Batman, and then they're just like, he's fine. It's just a broken spine.
yeah, well, either way, like most of the moves of Snake, he focuses on like grabbing them, putting their arm behind them, and like holding them down. So he's like, okay, can you calm down now? Including there's even a mechanic where they started adding like status effects, which also follow into the RPG games, which make even more sense to have statuses like burn and paralyze and that sort of thing. But one of them is like fear. And so when they're in the fear effect, he can then use a special version of what they call heat actions or EX actions, where he just makes them surrender, where he like looks like he's about to hit them real hard, he intentionally misses, and then like pats their cheek and they pass out. So it's like, that's kind of the theme there, which is fun, where he's like trying to, he's holding himself back so he doesn't hurt these students, because that would look very bad on his part. That said, you don't have to use the Snake style against them. It doesn't force you. But I like using the Snake style, because one of the previous playable characters in Yakuza 4, he was a one-off character, but he was a kind of a dirty cop. He was at least considered one, even though he wasn't really that bad. He just, yet again, it's like they were made to look worse than they actually were by to the public's perception of them. But he was called the Roach of Kamurocho, where he was like,
good name.
He was always considered like this kind of scummy cop, but he wasn't really that bad. But he had a similar fighting style where he would like counterattack and parry, but he would also have like part of the series is like they have the essence of something, where it's like a special move. So he had like the essence of arresting, where if he properly counterattacked and grappled the guy, he could just quickly grab cuffs and cuff them, and they were immediately taken out of the fight because they're cuffed. So I thought that was really cool. So I was hopeful that Snake would allow for that, and it almost does. Plus, there's a mod, if I really wanted to, that turns Snake into that character's fighting style, so I could just have the ability to cuff guys and other things like that, which would be fun. And I think technically they embody some of that in Like a Dragon and the RPG games, because there's a detective and enforcer jobs, I think is what they call them. But it's like the former detective character in that one, he has access to those jobs, and I think one of the things he can do is essentially arrest them. He like gets out a pair of cuffs and just takes them out of the fight if he's able to successfully do so.
Okay.
But I always thought that was a cool aspect of it. Sadly, that was one of the characters that only showed up once. There was a handful of factors. One reason is that Sega likes to have, or at least for this series, likes to have real Japanese actors, often being the antagonist, but sometimes as playable characters. So, like Yagami, I forget his name, but he's a real well-known actor in Japan. A lot of the villains are the likeness of actual people, but they've had it where when they've done remasters or remakes or whatever else, sometimes controversies have happened and they have to recast the character for one reason or another. So they had to do that for a character in Judgment. They had to do it for
voice acting stacked,
and they had to do it for the character Tanamura in Yakuza 4 as well. And it's unfortunate, but it is kind of what it is. Like, if you want to play the newer game, you can. If you're playing on PC, you could technically mod the character back into their previous likeness,
which voice back, right?
Potentially, which
lovely. Wow.
With Judgment, there was the original version, and then they did a remaster technically. So the original likeness and voice does exist for.
So someone have to remap it. Oh my god!
So I actually did get the mod, even though I did the English voice, which didn't change between versions. But I had the original likeness of one of the characters in Judgment, because I was like, I might as well just have what was originally intended. And it kind of fit the character's role.
By Bolty. So that's a good comment by Bolty. Bolty says, "Is there a co-op mod for Yakuza? Because that would be, I think that is a game style that would fit really well."
They very recently, funny enough, it's not long before they announced the director's cut version of Yakuza 0, there is a co-op mod. It does require using like Parsec, which is a little awkward.
Weird,
Similarly, someone apparently has done a co-op mod for Like a Dragon, which is the first of the RPGs. So in a similar way, we could play together, but it is tricky because it's pretty much fake couch co-op. But there's been just a lot of effort. So with the Yakuza 0, like I've considered it because I haven't played or streamed Yakuza 0 yet, and I'm probably going to once I'm leading up to Pirate Yakuza, since 0 was the first game to play as Majima. As at least one of the two protagonists, you could play as Majima. So it'd be nice to kind of set the foundation of his character first, then lead into it with his newest game, where he turns into a pirate. I mean, he's the Yakuza with an eye patch, so of course he'll become a pirate. Why not?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
So like, it's not much of a spoiler, but with the latest two big games they did Infinite Wealth, which was Yakuza 8, but they had fun rotating the 8 to the side to make it an infinity symbol. Infinite Wealth and Pirate Yakuza both take place in Hawaii, which is the first time they've done a non-Japan location. And it's really well made. Like, it's beautiful.
Nice.
Like, the coastlines and everything look great. I haven't gotten to those yet, but I will be. But the premise of both is for whatever reason, and they figure it out, I think, as part of the storylines, Ichiban and Majima respectively wash ashore some Hawaiian island with like nothing on their back, as in essentially no clothes,
but that's naked.
and have amnesia. They don't remember who they are initially. They eventually piece it together and figure it out.
I guess.
So I don't know what happens, and that's probably the plot of both games. But for one, Ichiban starts to
the player know, like, is that the joke? Is it like basically like they don't know who they are, but like the whole community
I think
is like, we do. What are they gonna figure
it's
out?
not revealed until you play more. so that's where I don't know yet.
Okay.
And same goes for, like, something happened where maybe former Yakuza people that didn't like either of them knocked them out, sent them into the water, and they both washed up on different Hawaiian islands, but somehow both ended up in Hawaii, which, I mean, to be fair, they share an ocean, so that's not too surprising.
It could be in a series where people are like punching people into trash cans and like 10, 20 feet. I'm like, you fucking go crazy. But I was gonna say, Cat had a great comment. He's like, you should make a clip of this, which is just what do you call it? Watch this if you're unsure what Yakuza is.
I feel like I can do a better. I might be able to do a better video another time or something.
Yeah, but that's a lot of work to bang out that video, I bet.
Yeah, so maybe I could clip it, but I don't think I'm that knowledgeable. There's definitely people that I've watched that have helped my knowledge of these games. So either way,
but it may not be. Maybe it's not the knowledge. Maybe it's the delivery. There's 1,000 things that could be your edge. So, but if you don't want to, that's a different thing than whether it's a good idea to do it. Right.
I think I'll go ahead and do a race with Ichiban.
That'd be good. Yeah.
He's the topic at hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like it's hard to say. I do really like third-person action RPG type games, and that's what all of these games do fall into, because even when it's the mainly brawler gameplay, you still have to like get levels or get XP or whatever they call it, skill points, or some of the games have it where it's your money, so then you have to decide, are you gonna put money into your skills, or are you gonna go buy important like items and stuff? So you gotta pick and choose what you can use in those regards.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, balance.
But then go ahead.
Sorry, okay, you can go. I was just gonna ask a different question, but you can finish this off if you want. Go ahead.
But otherwise, I also just really like the characters. I've liked the voice acting. It's also been a thing where it's like, well, I would like to be learning Japanese, and to a degree I'm at least picking up on specific words and things over time.
Exposure.
It helps that, I mean, most of the games were purely Japanese, which is why I couldn't easily recommend them to you, because it's like, you would not be able to keep up with the subtitles.
Yeah, well, if I wasn't streaming, maybe if I was just like locked in, focused completely on reading and
however,
vibe possibly, but
current with Judgment and Like a Dragon was when they started the trend of pretty good. Okay, I'll do Miku next. He's
got you, Cat.
Yeah, with the Judgment and Like a Dragon, they started doing English dubs, to the point where they also have separate subtitle tracks depending on if you're English or Japanese language set, which I think is cool, because it's like certain things don't translate as accurately if they went with the English dub, so they actually have two different subtitle tracks as a result. So it's like you kind of get a different experience, and in the case of Like a Dragon and Infinite Wealth, they actually fully lip sync both languages.
Oh wow, that seems really difficult. But it's only the two, right? They don't do it for every language?
Yeah, they only did. I think they eventually also did Chinese for Infinite Wealth.
That makes sense. Yeah. Chinese, English, and Japan, that makes a lot of sense, because those are dominant.
But then everything else would be one of those three languages plus subtitles.
Oh, okay.
Of whatever language they're using.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to mention. So you mentioned, I was just going to say, you mentioned, that's when I wanted to interject with one of those times when you were talking about one of the things, but it was basically like, I think it was right around the time you were telling me about like this, how you have this whole goal of like slowly but surely chunking through these massive games, these RPGs, like full-on RPGs. And the whole time I was going to pop in and be like, I've struggled to finish like non-RPGs, like just basic games, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, so like, so for me, when you're like, it'd be cool if you could play one of these games, it sounds fucking awesome. It sounds great, it sounds odd, but at the same time, like, but brother, I haven't beat a game, and the only time I beat games is when we stream them, and then honestly, I think even then we suck. Like,
that's kind of been the thing for me too, especially recently, was I wasn't often able to finish games unless if I really dedicated time to do so. So
Yeah.
I was like, okay, well, now that I'm streaming, I'm able to play a game and I can dedicate myself to completing a game or
There's
finishing
also a
it.
little bit of fire because it's nice to have the archive. I even know that when I was doing Let's Plays, that's what pushed me over the edge, even though sometimes those Let's Plays were just a pain in the ass to do. It was just the idea of like, well, it's kind of cool that I'll always have this like banked as like my experience the
Yeah.
first time I went through. It's like kind of like a memory.
So
to me,
that
but
was
yeah.
one thing I was like, when I started doing the game recording for you earlier this year, I was like, oh, let me show you what I've been doing, what I've been playing,
Oh, I love
and
that,
then
yeah.
give like nice background games as a result.
Yeah, no, that was awesome.
but-
It's always tough though, because sometimes like you want to put something that's more like sparks maybe a conversation in the background. As far as like, so sometimes I don't know how to balance if it's IGN trailers or like your gameplay, so it's kind of always challenging. But sorry,
Yeah,
continue.
fair enough, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But then one of the
Yeah.
things that I wanted to do was, since I live with my folks, my mom enjoys seeing me play certain games, and she really wanted to see the Guardians of the Galaxy game. So I was like, okay, let me. I was going to just record it on my own time, and then upload it to YouTube. But now that I started streaming, I decided, okay, let me do a stream of that. And so I did like,
Oh, you gotta get mom on the stream.
oh,
You gotta
and,
get mom on the stream with you.
and she has, well, she was there to watch. She wasn't there to,
Oh, you just interjects a
Chime
little bit.
in.
That's gotta be so great. That'd be a memory that, like, I think would be beautiful, Fluff. Like, if
And
anything ever
perhaps
happened to your
sometime,
mom, you'd always
'cause-
have that moment, you know? Yeah.
perhaps at some point we can make that happen. But for now,
Yeah,
she did
beautiful.
get to watch. She did even participate a bit in the chat. And she got to enjoy the full playthrough and was able to watch it. I mean, to be honest, she watches, or at least has it on in the background, almost every stream of
Oh,
mine.
that's awesome. Dude, that's so wholesome, man. Oh man, I am too critical to have any of that happen. Sometimes my parents watch, but I think I also started when I'm so fucking terrible at this. Like, you guys don't realize how bad you can be at talking and communicating stuff like that. So for me, my
I mean,
parents,
I'm
probably
aware
the
because I'm
first-
not great at it either.
No, you guys are starting at such a higher baseline, like such a higher baseline than I did. But you guys need to increase your self-worth because Jesus Christ, you guys are doing exceptionally well. But what do you call it? For me, my parents got in there early when I was like and ahhing, and they're like, this is fucking horrible. It's gonna be a nightmare probably. So, and I'm like, all right, just don't watch. And actually, I don't know why I do find it kind of more. Yeah, like I think I'd rather have that. Like, to me, I like the idea of having possibly both. Like, where your parents don't probably, well, my parents don't observe my content, but I do like that idea of what you mentioned, which is like if you could like play a video game with your parents and have that memory, like that would be something that like you could show your kids. Is like, look how fun your grandma was, even if something ever happens or whatever it could be, right? It was just a core memory. I think that'd be beautiful.
Yeah.
I never really thought about it until now you mentioned it, because like to me, yeah, like what are you gonna get? How are you gonna create a memory? A picture, a photo? Yeah, it's kind of okay. But if you could record your mom's like laugh as you guys are both busting each other's balls and being silly and like being interested in something, like that'd be a beautiful memory to look back on. Anyway, sorry.
And maybe at some point that could happen. I mean, it's not like since I have started being a VTuber of sorts, it's not an uncommon thing for many VTubers to be like, here's my mom or here's my
I've seen
sibling.
a couple, yeah.
A lot of Hololive ones have done it. So it's like, yeah, maybe at some point. I don't think I would be able to get her an avatar, but I can maybe
No,
figure
I don't think
something
she
out.
needs that. Yeah, cool profile pic, another little squishy,
Yeah.
slide.
I could figure something out. Like I can make it be like a image of the avatar and then make it work as a little reactive thing or something at some point, maybe.
Yeah. Kat says, I feel so embarrassed. Well, for which one, Kat? You'd be like shooting the shit with your mom playing video games, or them seeing your content? The seeing your content thing, definitely I get that, because you're like I swear a lot. I'm so, I'm talking about anything. I'm talking about all these kinds of things. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think some people are better about like curating what they're saying a little bit more. Like for me, I tend to jump into the weeds quite a bit, and I think Kat's probably similar. And I think Fluff, to me, you end up being able to compose yourself pretty well when you need to like reorient.
Yeah, I mean, for me,
Which is something.
outside of if I'm just really frustrated about something, I'm good at so-called biting my tongue, where I'm like, I'm not gonna be cursing up a storm most of the time.
Yeah.
Partially because I was like, well, as I've mentioned a few times, I grew up Mormon. I was raised to not have it be a common influence. So,
What was that?
I
Not be a common influence.
as in like influenced by just people cursing a lot and other things like that. It's like I didn't grow up in such an environment.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, no, I
while
got you.
I've definitely relaxed a bit on that, where it's like I don't like if I'm upset and it's the best, or if it's the best thing to say,
Yeah.
I'll say it anyways. But outside of that, it's just like, yeah, I don't really have the need or desire to say it. Whereas like someone like Red is like, I like cursing and I like hearing cursing, and I'm like, yeah, that's him.
Yeah. I was gonna say, for me, man, I don't even know if I like cursing, but I grew up in a household where it was just like it's basically like saying like it's a energy word, basically. Like it doesn't mean anything. It basically like
Yeah.
fuck, man.
And that's fair enough.
Sauce, you know?
And certain words have gone to the point where they mean very little outside of like, or they just become whatever. It's just a sound you make.
Yeah, well, for
at
me,
that
that's
point.
like a fundamental belief I have, which is like intent. I think it's a big one. Where like to me,
Yeah.
people can say 1,000 different words, but to me, it's like you can tend to get an intent, and also your intent might be wrong, so it's best not to jump to conclusions usually as well. I think. Thanks.
Yep.
But yeah.
But yeah, so as I was saying, there was with the, I forget how long ago. It was like,
Wait, that's such a cute thing. Sorry. But I was just saying, Bodhi says, Fluff being a small fox, Mom being a big fox would really be fun. That'd be so cute. A big
Yeah.
slime, tiny slime. Yeah. Sorry, continue.
it's something I can discuss with her, and maybe we'll see if something can be arranged.
Yeah. Just a memory. One shot would be, I think, something that like you'd look back on fondly. I think, regardless of
Yeah.
the streaming situation, or
Like,
whatever. It comes
there's been some other games that I wanted to like kind of do a playthrough of with her there to at least witness, if not be part of. There was like the old Telltale Back to the Future game.
Oh, it'd be so good. Yeah. Yeah.
Dispatch wouldn't quite be the same. It's definitely a more mature audience. Not that I don't think she would mind most of it. Plus, I think she's also been watching plenty of your streams as well, Grin. So,
What?
yeah.
What the fuck?
So,
Oh no! Why? Oh fuck! Why, man? I am not. First of all, I'm not someone to be watching. Secondly, shit, man.
part of it is
First
just
of all, what an absolute honor. But also, I'm sorry, Mrs. Fluff or Mrs. Fluff's mom. Whatever you want to phrase that.
Mama Fluff has been the best
Mama
version.
Fluff sounds clean.
Yeah. But main reason is because since you do redirect into my streams, she likes to just
I see.
watch and see what is going on there as well. So, for the most part, it's like, it's not a big deal. We're mature adults. We don't care that
Yeah.
much. We watch plenty of things with just as bad, if not
You know,
worse.
You know, Flip, as the older I get, the more I care less about people. What people think about me. But my people's like moms, I've always been somewhere I'll try to cater myself a little bit to be in line
Yeah,
in favor
well-
with this person.
Well, and now you know. So
Yeah,
that's up to
it's
up to
so
you
good.
if you want to filter yourself. I don't think it
Well, I
matters.
can't filter myself, but I can say, hey, I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful that you put up with me. It's the best I got.
Yeah,
What,
not to out her or anything. It's just it's like yeah, she's been supporting me from the start of doing this streaming thing, and helping me like learn if like there's network issues going on or other oddities, that sort of thing. Like
Yeah.
it's been nice because like I don't have the luxury that plenty of other like VTubers have cultivated over the years, where they have like a reliable team or a friend group or whatever it may be behind them. Whereas like for me, I was just like, I had $10, so I bought a cute little slime ball avatar, and that's about all I have heavily invested into this so far.
That's all you need, man. Until you start like actually finding like a voice or an angle of some sort of kind of value that you generate for people and variables like that. I think that's a much smarter idea than people who like bust the fucking $2,000
Yeah.
on a goddamn.
Well,
thing
and
they're
that was
never
one
gonna
thing like I've talked about over the years of learning and watching other streamers and content creators that I enjoy, including yourself, I've taken like a kind of a culmination of what they all have been doing, where it's like how you handle your streaming, how various VTubers have done their streaming, how they do formatting of things. And then there's some others that I watch as well, which don't need to mention, but yeah, there's like, one of the things was a lot of people are like, oh, I need to have this, and this before I can start doing any of this. It's like, no, you don't. All you really need is OBS and an internet connection that is reliable. And then you start from there. Everything else comes with time.
I'm gonna say the second thing is a decent mic, because like visuals can be shitty, you can be looking at pixels and you'll be fine. But if you're like coming in here sounding like you've got OG Xbox mic, that's tough. That's
fair.
That's
and
like,
some people have done that as like a joke stream where there's I broke out the crunchy mic. So that's where like, yeah, I started with my other mic that I had, which was just attached to my headset, and it's like, yeah, those are not good. But we lucked out where it was like Prime Day or whatever when I was getting started, and so we got a pretty good separate arm-mounted mic.
Wow, yeah. That's a big play for sure. Yeah.
So I have that now, and that's what you hear me using. I probably can still calibrate it further, but I've got it at least working pretty well.
Yeah, I think it's like sorry to interrupt. I was gonna say that's a lot of stuff that I'm learning about right now, which is like the idea of like every day you should probably try to align yourself with what is the highest ROI or like deliverable, or return on your investment, or what is the maximum thing that you could do that's gonna actually like give you a return. And I think you've tapped the mic at least to be like, you could maybe like fight for that next 20%, but it's not gonna make a difference. You know what I mean?
Right, and I also
focusing on like anything else. You know?
I haven't had a chance to set it up, but a while back also got an audio mixer that's compatible. It's from the same brand, so at some point I'll make use of that too. I just haven't had a good opportunity because it's like, oh well, I'm spreading myself too thin. I was like, no, not really. It's just that I am focused on what I've been scheduling myself for and keeping to those schedules, to the point where I will stream now upwards of 8 hours, practically putting in an 8-hour work shift every day.
Fuck. Shit.
Partially because it's like, well, YouTube allows up to 12 hours. Once you hit 12 hours, it auto archives, and if you don't have another stream prepped, it will cut it off entirely. And then since I haven't reached certain milestones, I can't even redirect into my own streams yet. It will happen, it just hasn't happened yet. And on that note, I think it was 0 subscribed earlier, so thank you for that.
Let's go 0.
Getting me back up to 40. Apparently, some people lost interest and unsubbed, and that's fine. So well, it happens.
I was gonna say real quick. Oh fuck! I actually forgot what I was about to say. Continue. Fuck! I forgot. I'll maybe remember.
But like, I'm not necessarily like maybe I don't have much time after I stream, but I think that's okay for now because I'm just setting a consistency that I want to keep doing. It was just like when I had my last job, it was real rough at first, and then I found the flow and like found what I needed. So I was like, okay, I need shoes. I need like, what tools do I need to make this job stable and and that I can handle it. And for the most part, I managed outside of COVID and other things that dragged me down to the point where other factors led to me quitting. But outside of that, I was like, okay, so what can I do now? And with me now doing the streaming stuff, I enjoy it a lot. I was able to find a lot of things where I found like I think a Stream Elements pack.
I know it looks good. I would say if it is your habit right now, it looks really good.
And so I like using it. Was like I guess astrology pack. Astrology, astronomy, one of those.
Composition.
So I set that up. It definitely had issues where sometimes they don't load, or I had to remake them, or other things like that.
Funkiness,
But I've done a pretty good job there, and of course I had just the little reactive avatar that would be a version of my Discord profile picture, and so it just light up and bounce when I talk. So similar to what you have right now.
That was also pretty good. Yeah.
But then I was like, I started getting the stuff from the Clover VTuber, and seeing that she had started like, here's these little things I've made. And so I was like, I think I had that video of the slime avatar pop back up in my feed, and I was like, you know what? I can spare $10 for this.
Yeah, it's great.
And so I got it. I mean, I also had to get VTube Studio. Also had to get it where it wasn't the watermark of it.
Yeah. Pause real quick before I forget. I was gonna say on the topic of what you were saying about like you're doing so much volume right now. I think it's a really good framework for anyone who's listening or yourself who's to think about things, which is like the first step is always volume. The second step, is better, and then the third step is new. So basically, you do a ton of volume, which is i.e. do 8-hour streams, etc. And then eventually you try to do that better, which might require you to cut down to 6-hour streams, or give or take, because you're going to try to focus on other things that you can kind of probably
potentially
be more optimized in that regard. Yeah. And then you probably try to pick a different like thing to work on each time, like each time you iterate. So maybe you try to play like, okay, for this week I'm going to try covering a specific genre of game or just something, I'm going to try like, collaborating with a bunch of new VTubers. It may take a month for me to get like a bunch of emails and get people cooking and setting up times, but maybe that'd be a good time. So things like that. Sorry, but continue. I just want to say that because I almost forgot.
Yeah.
What were you saying before I interrupted you? Forgive me.
But yeah, like, so with the avatar, I was like, okay, I just need a decent camera, which thankfully I was provided one earlier this year, and it was a decent webcam. It has some issues. Sometimes it loses the tracking, but oh well. I can always upgrade it eventually if I need to. And then I got VTube Studio. I needed to get I didn't need to, but I chose to not have the watermark that it has.
2 strikes again. The watermark. Oh, yeah. So VTube Studio has a thing. Is VTube Studio what's the bare price tag? Is it a membership type thing, or is
free?
It like
and then it's like maybe $15 to get rid of the watermark.
Oh, that's not that bad. That's super reasonable. Okay. Yeah. Sounds great. I was gonna say the thing that I wanted to mention. That I lost a minute ago was. I forgot again, Fluff. I forgot, man. It was something to do with when you were talking about.
Was it Yakuza or streaming?
I think it was a kind of like a streaming question a little bit, where you were saying that you were basically doing like a ton of volume right now, and I was that's what it was. So basically, we talked about like high ROI, return on investment. Like basically, if you were to focus on the one thing, because we talked about how like you have a mic, and how that basically like at a certain point you basically have attained the most amount of value that you're going to get from like focusing on that attribute. So I wanted to ask you the question: what do you think would the second thing you would focus on to get the most amount of that attribute next?
Possibly a better camera, so that way I can have good tracking.
Ask you a question. Another
so then I would get potentially a better camera for the VTuber model. Then it would be maybe focusing on getting a better VTuber model.
Okay.
There's potentially I might need to see about getting better network connection, because as it is, I'm wireless. It's just the best option I have. We've tried wired. The plugs and stuff in this room are terrible. It throttles the connection so much worse than what I have with wireless. And I manage. Most of the time it's fine. It's just sometimes it fluctuates.
So that's kind of why I wanted to ask you the question, which I was curious about, which you answered, which I appreciate, but I wanted to add, give it a little caveat and say, what would be the thing that you think would actually possibly I guess it depends on what we're kind of scaling for, or we're aiming at, but do you think by you having a better VTuber model it might increase the whatever your end goal would be, which maybe is to have more people pop up in the streams, maybe it's to just have a better comfort version because you're just doing this for the love of the game anyway? So that's why I wanted to kind of give another question, which now that I know that that'd be what you do, if you had to choose the one thing that you could do that would actually yield a return on whatever the return is that you were actually wanting, the end result, so to speak, what would that be?
Well, it's hard to say what else I would want to invest into because I've kind of gotten everything set up.
That's what I'm
Like
thinking. I'm
it's a solid foundation outside of just improving what I have. Like even if it's just notches, like a notch above, a notch above, a notch above, it would just be making the streaming experience for those that are watching, for me doing it, better. Like whatever it may be. So it's like, okay, I need to fix up the network. I need to fix out the audio quality. I need to fix up the visual design. I need to have something more personalized, whatever it may be. And so that's where, since I've started, I've been kind of taking it steadily of like, what can I improve? Okay, I've gotten this, so now what next to improve? And so I would say there's no ceiling for any of this because technology keeps advancing.
Well, so that's what I wanted to kind of add to. I want to actually, if we could pop in with our brothers and sisters in the chat called Cat and Bolty. I'm curious because my perception, which might be very wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong, but my perception is that Fluff has basically reached like zero friction, which I would think is a great place for Pearson to be. Basically, his audio is balanced perfectly. His mic is not crunchy. I can hear him for a long time. I don't get bothered by it. The gameplay looks crisp and it's good. The gameplays that I constantly am seeing are awesome. So there's plenty of content to kind of show. So then what is the point of friction that possibly could be something that he could work on that would return the highest level of investment if the outcome in my mind would be kind of probably reaching more people and possibly getting more people in the streams? What would that be? So first question, I guess, to the chat and to Cat, or sorry, to Cat, to Bolty and Cat and of course Fluff, is do you see any friction points that I'm of course not perceiving? And two, what would be the big thing to invest in now that would actually give a return that you'd want? Because I feel like again, if Fluff invests more into like an internet connection, I haven't really noticed the stream drop in internet quality. Not to the extent which it would.
Most days it's fine. Some days I get some really bad things where, but I also found out an advanced setting that's really tucked away in OBS that allows you to, instead of having it have dropped frames, it will buffer and potentially cause more delay, but it's like it's enough of a sacrifice that I'm okay with.
1234 said, I thought I remember Fluff talking about how he didn't like criticism. We had some sort of discussion about constructive criticism at one point. Can't remember the outcome.
Oh, is there text to speech? Gotcha. Sure.
Yeah. I don't necessarily dislike criticism. It's more I want it to be constructive. I am fine with someone giving suggestions, and if it's like something I've said, I'm open to being corrected if I ended up being wrong about something.
If I could, I thought it was, if memory serves, our conversation basically was kind of like you were saying that people basically have a really bad way of like giving actual information to people. So like sometimes people would say like, this sucks, and that is very unhelpful.
Yeah, it's not helpful criticism or commentary. Someone like I talked about it where like my old uploads that I did where I accidentally published it all at once.
Oh, okay, no, Cat's referring to outcomes as well. Okay, so you can't say.
And what happened there was like I kept getting this person. At first, I responded to them kindly because they only sent one like message, like commenting on how I was performing in such and such game, and I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that. But then I got to the point where I saw he's like, okay, he's posting the same exact message, just changing the timestamp and criticizing my gameplay. And I was like, I would be fine with it if you weren't essentially spamming. Like, if you weren't just copy pasting the same criticism over and over again.
Yeah,
where it's like, I don't know how I can respond or improve from this because it's not constructive. You already got me. I already responded to you. You clearly don't care that I responded. So I was like,
on the bush a little bit.
Yeah.
Your take is like beautiful. Your take is like, I think you're trying to be like, well, there's some criticism that's valuable, and I would be fine with that. And even if it got a little bit toxic, I'd be fine with it. I think you gotta be. Most people, if they're honest, like 100% honest with themselves, they're like, it feels like shit when someone's spitting in your fucking face. That's not great. Also, this is my fucking room. This is my place. You can go anywhere else to shit and piss all over the walls if you want, but not in my goddamn room. So if you want to say, hey man, I think you could change the carpet, that might look nice. Fucking lit, man. Thank you so much for trying to help me out and trying to improve my room. But if you're out here being like, your room just smells like shit, you're like, what the fuck, man?
I would say
Leave.
I don't like unsolicited advice. Like, I didn't ask for it. I'm not expecting anyone to comment on it. If I am actually asking, like, hey, is there some way I can improve this? Then I appreciate it. But it's got to be like, no, it can't just be, oh, this sucks. I'm like, that doesn't help me. That's not. I was gonna say, that's not so informative.
If someone was kind of being like, hey, Fluff, the stream is lagging. Like, to me, I don't think that that technically is unsolicited advice or whatever you want to call it. Some sort of
but
that's exactly what you mean.
That's more so that is a problem of the stream. It's causing a problem for the viewers. So I should be made aware of it, and I try to fix it. So when Red or others tell me about that, because then I go and check. It's like, okay, am I having issues on my end, or can I then suggest, okay, maybe it's them, maybe they're having an issue with their connection. So I could quickly check. It was like, okay, am I having issues? If yes, then I try to fix it. If no, then I'm like, okay, well, it's fine on my end, sort of thing.
But what if it was a different type of a different setup of a question? Basically, what if somebody commented, hey Fluff, I see that you've been playing a lot of this Mario Kart game. I really liked it when you played Yakuza. I can't wait to see your next Yakuza game. That is technically a criticism. Not criticism, but a critique of something.
And I've had that. And I've had that a couple times where either during a stream or in comments of play this game. And I'm like, okay. Keep an eye out. I might try to do that in a future stream. Then I do it. They don't show up. So I'm like, okay, maybe I'll not be doing that as much, because unless if they're actually consistently here, I don't need to honor a request of that nature. Right?
Well, yeah.
It's not, and it's not me being petty. It's just like, well, hey, if I'm going to be committing to something, you should be the one committing to the request.
It's also just not scalable. You're gonna what happens if possibly you get a bunch of people in here who are like, hey, I can't wait to do this. I think the better way to model it is how if you get 2 or 3 people constantly talking about that game, you're like, oh, people like that game. You shouldn't say that one person made a deal with me, so to speak, this, because then I think that can fall apart. And also it's not maintainable. What happens when you get maybe 1,000 viewers in here one day, and you're like, who do I take the suggestion from?
Well, at that point,
if I curate
if I'm going to do something of that nature, I would okay, I start doing polls or whatever, whether it be on Discord or straw poll or the YouTube post style polls. I'd be like, okay, if I get a big enough audience and they're actually engaging with things, I will be like, here's what I'm thinking of wanting to play, or get suggestions. Okay, it's there's this, and then this is a free space where someone can leave a comment on what they would suggest, sort of thing. So that would be okay, well, that's playing into YouTube's algorithm, but it's also engaging with actually getting people making requests or showing what they're interested in. So it's
oh, one sec, I'm so sorry, I was gonna say, oh fuck, I didn't see Nong at all, man. I'm on top chat, not live chat. I'm so sorry, Nong, if you were there. Fucking shit, Nong was there the whole time. I saw you seen Cat referring to somebody. I'm so sorry, Nong. How are you, buddy? Hopefully you're doing great. Jeez Louise. Sorry, Fluff, but I didn't notice them at all. Oh. Also, I asked a question. I was wondering why people were responding, but maybe we were. Let me see.
Yeah, we've got Cat, Bolty, 9. We had 0 for a bit.
Okay, now I've said I prefer myself. I myself prefer listening to streamers' thoughts and opinions on things. For sure, yeah. Honestly, the streamer downtime aren't that bad. All he needs to be is a bit more talkative and express himself more, whatever. Any further thoughts of Explain it. Okay, so that's it. So that's why I wanted to ask people, because like that's one of the things that and forgive me, Fluff. I hope this doesn't come across as me trying to critique you or anything like that. I didn't realize that might be like a point of possible
no, that's
something
fine.
you didn't want to. Yeah. But for me, like again, I can't stress enough how whenever I say anything, it's usually me trying to like protect my past self. Like if I consider you a friend, I would prefer if you could avoid some of the pain and suffering that I had to go through. So for me, I think it's like the classic YouTuber kind of situation, or whatever, anything honestly, is you probably have like a bunch of things that you think are like really important to have. They're all quality metrics. And the reality is those have like, at least in my experience, extreme diminishing returns. So like basically if you have a mic that doesn't sound horrible, you're good. You don't even need to think about that anymore. You don't need this mixer, you don't need this Elgato, whatever the hell. The internet connection stuff, so long as you're like 80% of your stream is pretty consistent, then I think you're good. So then the question kind of becomes, what is like the other variables that would drastically move the needle? And that's like, first of all, it's a little bit of a daunting question because there's so many things you could theoretically do. But like to Bolty's point, it could be like maybe trying to like, even if it's just something as simple as like going on and taking a book that has to do with like the top 10 best things to ask people, or like start up conversations with people, anything like that, like, or you can even just do that with like, at least right now, AI is a really powerful resource in that regard, about being like, hey, say hypothetically, say I'm a streamer. Say, what would be your strategy to like keep engagement going on with the chat? And what kind of things could I bring up and talk about? And it'll give you like a laundry list of things to do. And if every stream you keep saying, okay, that's the main thing I'm going to focus on. That's like the thing that if I can master this, it'll move the needle a little bit more than the upgrading the video-ness or the video quality, more than the mic, and so on and so on and so forth. So that's why I brought it up, and that's why I wanted to kind of talk about it, because I think it's if I could transfer anything to anybody who is also pursuing this, it would be to try to focus on the things that actually would like move the needle. Unless you just want it, like unless you're just striving for like comfort at first, which is totally fair. Like just get your body warm instead of trying to like mid-max. But I think everyone wants to, in the back of their head, being like, okay, well, what am I working towards? I think having something like that is really helpful. But alas, that's why I brought it up.
So for me, I'm just trying to find a good, consistent, stable foundation. And right now it's like partially making sure I start around pretty much the same time every day. There's no definitive endpoint outside of that. YouTube is like 12 hours and that's it. So as long as I'm staying aware of that, if I need to stream more than 12, I make sure to set up a stream and switch over to that. I can't, because of just how YouTube works, I can't redirect to it directly, but I can post the link in the chat, pin it, and like make do with that. And otherwise it's like, I very recently, just like the other day, I finally posted on X letting people know, hey, I'm streaming on YouTube. If you want to check me out, feel free to do so. But I'm not good at keeping up with other social media stuff, so I don't expect me to spam your feeds. I'm not going to be obnoxious in that regard.
Well, it's also kind of like this is why people say that it's really bad to like put your eggs in too many baskets, because like theoretically, if you were to think from like the viewer's perspective, who's looking at like a Twitter account, unless you're consistently tweeting things that like people really find interesting and engaging, like VTuber news or like gaming news or Yakuza news, whatever it could be, something that people like are following you for that. And then when you mention like something that you're doing, like a product or an offer or like your stream, that's when they would be like, oh, hey, you built up a goodwill with me. Just keep me in the loop and tell me fun things. I'm actually curious about this. But if you just randomly drop that, like this is something, again, this is like a thing that I used to get struggle with, because I'm like, I'm doing the social media thing, but I never thought from the viewer's perspective of like, who cares? Like, why would I click on your link? I don't even know. You don't even, who is this account that I'm following? Like, so all those things kind of spark up a lot.
Well, and so I figure it's not going to get much, but that's where it's like when we've talked about with Lone's plans of how he plans on having like covering all the bases that he cares to do, of like Instagram and posting on whatever shorts, that sort of thing. I'm like, yeah, and I'm sure that will work as long as... I think the takeaway with that, sorry to interrupt, I was going to say, I think the takeaway for that is that you need to understand what platform, like you need to understand how to make value for other people. So like even in Lone's example, he has some pretty good like solutions to like actually be like, okay, how can I like help this person or like provide enough interest? And I think it's far easier just to help people.
with like a problem or like with a strategy or some kind, to then build up goodwill, to then have them like perceive you as like owing you something or valuable to something or wanting to follow you. So like I think that's the takeaway for the social media strategy is like the strategy only makes sense if you know how to use that platform to the extent in which you can build an audience or some interest of some kind. So it's actually not pertinent for you to use too many things because you may not have any experience with that. Now the catch-all question is well, I need to get in there to start dabbling so I can get experience. So it's like, yeah, absolutely, but it kind of depends. So like you can't expect to just do well immediately at all.
And I've used it as an example in the past. Was one of the YouTuber streamers I watched is McFlufferkins, and he primarily focuses on Guild Wars 2 content, and he was doing content for Guild Wars long before he started being like an active streamer for it as well. But then he like did a video at one point talking about, I have set a goal to stream for 1,000 days every day.
Wow,
Here's my journey. And as part of his journey of doing all of that, he had been he got to the point of streaming. It was mostly on Twitch, but I think he also does YouTube stuff now because of more flexible allowance of multi-streaming. But when he started out doing that, it was pretty much almost only Guild Wars 2 content, because that's what he became known for. He did like various guides on events and all sorts of stuff. He found his niche, and he was doing really well with it. But
so many thoughts.
But there's the case where he was streaming every day and trying never to miss a day, but he also had a day job and a wife and kids. So he was managing all of that, but eventually got to the point where he was getting so much success from that streaming effort that he was able to quit his day job.
Yeah.
And he's been full-time streamer since. And since then, he keeps up with the Guild Wars 2 stuff, but he also has expanded to other content, and now it's like, I don't know, day 2,000, 3,000, I don't know what he's at now, but I think he's been keeping it daily streaming. I don't know if he's had to take any breaks for any specific reasons. But it's very impressive. It was one of my inspirations for doing this myself, was like, hey, if he can do it, why can't I? If I'm going to be spending all day playing a game, why not stream it? Was kind of my mindset of it. So it's like, if they can do it, why can't or why shouldn't I try?
Absolutely, yeah.
And so that's
where just the idea of like, if it's possible for somebody, then it's possible. So everything else is an excuse.
Right.
If somebody can do it, I can do it. Doesn't sound like it's not inhuman to do it. It's just a bunch of trade-offs.
And that's where, like, while I was saying I didn't want to do much of the psychoanalysis stuff, in regards to the whole dice game scenario you've presented before, like, one thing is I'm not super competitive. Like, yes, I'm playing a game where I have to win. I'm playing a game where the goal is to win. So, okay, I'm going to do the best I can there. Or if I'm playing like a Marvel Rivals sort of thing, I'm going to do the best I can. However, I'm not going to be like, I need to be better than this teammate. I need to be better than this YouTuber. I need to be better than this Twitch streamer.
With yourself, Fluff?
I would say that I seek to improve.
So like when you're playing an RPG or anything like that, like you're playing a thing, do you like, are like, no, my build's good enough, or like, I'm doing enough damage or whatever, or are you like,
I would say that like what I often do when it comes to RPGs and build crafting type games is I often look up what people suggest, but I also look up like I try to find, like, I have an idea of how I want to play a character. Is there someone that has refined it to a degree? Okay, let me follow this template and then build it from there, find what works for me, find what doesn't. I would say I like to customize things a lot. So I'm more often, like, it is evident from plenty of the times I've played various games, I don't usually stick with the same gear if there's like a cosmetic system or a transmog system. I'll be changing it multiple times a day or a session. But to be fair, sometimes it's like, well, you haven't unlocked a lot yet. Now you've unlocked a new thing. Time to change it up. Time to try something different. But I also would say that I do.
It sounds like you're competitive. Like, you do have a competitive bone in your body. Like, to me, like, just that idea, I think the only thing that separates, like, the competitiveness that you're talking about against another person versus competitiveness about, like, the pursuit of getting slightly better, like you've defined you kind of do.
I guess so, but I feel like there's a different word where it's just, like, always seeking to improve. It's always seeking to better yourself. Like, I don't...
Is it not a variable, Fluff, that it's also because you think you can succeed? So, like, the reason why I think, and this is might be throwing a ball there, I'm not sure if this is true, but I think it could make sense. There's a world where this story could be true, where the person, like, there's a reason why people who play video games and such can, like, dump hours and hours and hours into video games, and also, like, hunger for, like, just a slight improvement of one more story, of how to, like, just be a hero one more time, all of these things. But then don't necessarily do that like outside of video games. I think it's because video games, there's kind of like the option of, I think I can win. Whereas sometimes in life, based on your conditioning and all these things, now we don't need to get into all of that, but based on all those conditioning, sometimes people, they kind of gotten the desire to win beat out of them. Like, they just like, why do I even try? Because sometimes it always just goes shit. So I don't know, I'm not trying to psychoanalyze you in that regard. I could just speak for myself and say, like, that was something that to me I noticed, where to me I was like, oh, I actually do have competitiveness. It sucks, but I've kind of been dealt such a weird card that sometimes I feel like I've gotten that competitiveness beat out of me. But now that I've, like, pursued enough things and, like, done enough challenging things, to me I'm like, oh no, I can actually win. I can actually, like, succeed. And I think that's the only thing that separates people who are competitive and who aren't. But maybe that's a hyper extension of what I believe or what I've experienced.
And in that regard, there's been discussions and things where sometimes it's game specific, but it's like the different kind of archetypes of players, where you have the builders, you have the achievers, you have the explorers, you have the socialites, and you can be any mix and any combination of any of these, or you could be very diehard into one. You could be the top of one of those archetypes, or you seek to be one of those. So, like, everyone has probably a little bit of each archetype in them, but it's certain ones have a stronger pull or a stronger influence on how they enjoy something.
Do you not believe things like a person could be influenced? So hypothetically, if we had, like, a person, just like a random person we've never met, and they had, like, a proclivity for whatever we would decide. Maybe they have a proclivity for not as much competitive nature or drive within them. Do you not think you could set up an environment in which you could condition them based on reward mechanisms?
I definitely feel like most... Like, I feel that, like, if it's like an argument of, like, nature versus nurture, I think most of us get influenced by nurture.
Yeah, it's just like sure,
in the case that nature is like what you're born with, or what you may be, whatever. But nurture is influence of your environment, of those around you, of what you engage with, what you like to watch, what you play, what you read, any of that. However you engage with media.
This is a fun question. Fluff, to what extent do you believe we could condition someone to completely go against their nature?
I mean, at that point, it sounds like it's brainwashing, and that's definitely possible.
Well, no, hypothetically, say we have a person that's a kid who just has whatever brain chemistry imbalance that makes them really propensity towards not aggression, or not whatever would be a competitive drive, a comparison, not like envy. They have, like, none of that. But do you think there's an example of, like, a kid, and I only say this because I've seen, like, certain, like, I specifically had a bunch of Asian friends growing up, and I specifically seen, like, the effect of a kid who basically was just pie in the sky, really silly, didn't have any competitive drive at all. But, like, frankly, the one thing that was very at least I noticed, is that their parents, or the mother in this case, heavily skewed towards valuing school, and like also always comparing them to their, like, the younger brother, or any of these variables. And I watched throughout my life, like, various kids and such completely, like, that kid who I seen completely shift. And I think, like, is there enough stimuluses where it's not just the mom, but it's the school, it's the friends that they made, it's every, like, aspect of nurture.
It's every factor.
Them to that. And I think I think it could become anything. So like if sorry to interrupt you, I was gonna say, if we maybe agree on that sense of like nurture can play like such a crazy extent, why would we not try to influence nurture on our own selves so we can become the kind of people that we want to be? There's the most useful for life, because some people are born like with a really shitty deck of cards. They have no drive, they have no motivation, they what do you call it, they have like ADHD, they have autism, they have all of these things, and
having too many cards stacked against them, sort of thing.
Yeah,
at that point.
They still have to participate in the race. So like, if that is the case, then why would you? And we know that nurture can play such a heavy role. Why would you not try to infinitely stack the deck in every other way? Because you still have to climb up the mountain. Like it's not like that mountain goes away. It's not like life becomes easy. It's like life will always be hard, but there are things you can learn and things you can do that make it significantly easier to exist.
And I would say that it's definitely possible to help that, but part of the issue of like do it yourself, influence yourself to one degree or another. Okay, do you have the awareness? Do you have the wherewithal to understand that you need to influence yourself to improve? Did you have the upbringing? Because some people won't know, because like, or like as an like kind of a tangent example, it's like, okay, well, why is a culture of this location so different from this other location? Well, they didn't have the same influences. They didn't have the technology. They didn't have outside influence versus like how we have so many kids now growing up on the internet, like to the point where sometimes some of the internet influence is their surrogate parent, where their parents are busy working or neglecting them for one reason or another, whatever the reason may be. So
here's a funny question, kind of on that line of thinking. What do you call it? If somebody, so the kind of like, I know what you're saying, but like I think there's a version of what the people use. It's not what you're saying, but like people have said, almost they use like things as an excuse in some capacity of like, hey, I was, I have ADHD, so I just can't like learn easily. I can't. These are the reasons why. I would
say there's some people that settle in their lot in life and don't accept that they can influence themselves and do better than what they think they're stuck in. There's some people that just accept. They settle, they accept, and they just either they can survive or they wither away. Unfortunately, it's like there's.
Well, I think a great frame to think about this from my perspective is the idea of like, is it possible that somebody not only had ADHD and not only was like given a horrible life, like they got the shit kicked out of them when they were a kid, they didn't have a dad, their mom died early on. Is it possible that someone who had all of those much worse things happen to them, had all those horrible things happen to them, and still did the thing I'm complaining about and did it easily and did it successfully? So like, it's basically the idea of like, a lot of the mental mind is basically trying to come up with reasons why you don't need to change, because changing is hard, and if we change too easily, then that's not good. But at the same time, like again, that's why I've been thinking about this a lot this last week. That's why I mentioned this last thing. But it's like, it's simply a question of if you're willing to make the trade. Like everything in life is trade-offs. Sometimes trades are not worth making. Sometimes like you have to give up your fucking family, you have to give up your friends, you have to do all this stuff. Especially if you want stuff immediately, and you're not willing to like delay gratification.
And that's a matter of figuring out what can you exchange to improve yourself. What is worth giving up to then improve yourself in this aspect or multiple aspects. But also it's understanding like don't necessarily cut everything off. Like some people opt to become a hermit and cut themselves off from the world just so that way they can focus on improving themselves.
The trade they want to make.
And sometimes, so some will manage, others won't. So
this is the other aspect of this. And sorry, I keep interrupting you, Fluff. I just know I kind of got to hit the road, so that's why I'm trying to like kind of round off some of the thoughts, just so I don't leave anyone like, what was we actually talking about? So forgive me if that's a bit rude. I don't mean to be that way. But for me, I kind of lost my train of thought a little bit. But I think the idea I was trying to get at was there's like a thing. I kind of lost my train of thought. Go ahead, pop off for a bit. I'll try to think of what I was saying.
So I would say that it's like, for most people, that is like, yes, pretty much anyone is capable of improving themselves as long as they comprehend what it will take and what they can do. But it's also understanding their own limits of as a silly example, take it from like...
I kind of got it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I got it. So it was the idea of basically, you mentioned something that caught my attention, which was the idea of like, well, somebody wants to like maybe wants to go and be a hermit or something like that. Or sometimes people could say like, hey, this person decides to give like years and years of their life for this job, and they get fired, or they become a millionaire, but they have no wife, they have no kids. So there's all these trade-offs they made. But this is the kind of the interesting thing of like life, is that like those are their trade-offs to make. Like, you made trade-offs, I've made trade-offs. And to me,
funny enough,
that, like,
various of the characters in the Yakuza series have these different aspects. Some have families, some don't have. Some have neglected their children to the point where their children will betray them or take over. Or
right.
A guy that was like a few weeks away from getting his big pension and be able to retire gets let go shortly before that happens, so he doesn't get any of that he's built up to the point where he wasn't saving didn't care to put any money into savings. He was always blowing any paycheck he got off of like money or not money, alcohol and women and that sort of thing.
I gotcha.
But he's a very like optimistic guy regardless of that, so he's like, yeah, whatever. I was like, I was putting it all in on this, but I'm not gonna mope about it. I'm gonna try to do something further. I'm gonna keep moving on.
That was the
and so sometimes it's like how you were like certain upbringings and certain mentalities. Sometimes it's also influence of, do you have like a mentor, or do you have a someone to look up to that inspires you, that is like motivates you to do more? Like, as silly as it is, like My Hero Academia with Deku and All Might type of character dynamics.
Absolutely.
So I'd say like a lot of us do have the potential or do have the capability, but oftentimes it's also who do we have around us to help. And I don't necessarily mean literally like next door or in the same household or any of that, but it's like, do we have a motivating factor? Because there's some people that just sadly don't realize or aren't aware of what could be motivating, what could push them, because
that to me is the beautiful thing. Like, to me, the beautiful thing is that, like, I'd mentioned this beforehand on my ending stream, which was the idea of like, hey, maybe you want to like become a millionaire. Maybe you want to like have a wife and kids one day. Well, guess what? There's people who her sole goal in their whole life was to have a family. They fucking hate their family. They hate the life that they've made. They married a woman that treats them like shit. All these things. There's also a billionaire out there who fucking hates every waking moment of his life. There's also a person who never tried for anything in his whole life and is also fucking miserable. So like the idea of motivation to me is funny because it kind of comes back to this idea of trade-offs, which is like, it's just a trade. You have no idea if it's going to pay off or not, but you're hoping that it does. So you got to pick a direction, you got to go with that direction, and hopefully you're like, at least you're doing stuff that's conscious about the fact that you are making a choice every day. And the thing I was going to round off about the whole trade-off thing was, to me, I think it's beautiful because it gives a level of empathy that you would otherwise never really perceive, which is this idea of like, yeah, man, I know I made trade-offs in my life. Fluff has made trade-offs in his life. I'm sure Bolty and Kat has made trade-offs in their life. I cannot judge another person for making different trade-offs. They might have had a better thing. They might be happier than me. They might become happier than me out of a consequence of making worse choices. That's fine. But like, I can never know that. All I can know is that this is simply a deal. This is simply a game. It's funny because I think about this idea that I always think in terms of stories. And forgive me if I'm kind of winding down here.
No worries.
Because I got to get hit the head. But I think about this story where basically you're sitting across a table from a person. He's wearing a devilish suit. He's given off a cool but mysterious and a little bit sinister vibe. And he reaches out his hand and says, "Hey, do you want to make a deal?" And then you say, "No, I won't." And then he says, "Pleasure doing business with you," and pulls his hand away. Because at the end of the day, even making no decision or making no trade is still a trade.
Right.
And to me, of course, I think of it as like the deal with the devil. So it's like, would you rather make a deal that you actually know you're making? Like, I'd be like, this is the stipulation from my deal. And the devil could be laughing because he could be like, guess what, bitch? You have no idea. This is not what you actually want. This isn't going to mean what you think it does. Or maybe it is. Maybe it does. Maybe you make it so that it does. Maybe you force yourself to actually, so the thing that you're pursuing, the pursuit of the thing is the thing that's going to motivate you and the thing that you're going to be excited about. So anyways, that's a lot. That's what I've been thinking about. I know, Fluff, I said I wasn't going to get philosophy driven on you, but it's what my brain constantly plays with, so forgive me.
No worries. But yeah, I would say it's like for myself and for anyone else, it's like, sometimes it will take...
1337 said Creeper a man.
Sometimes it'll just take a while to figure something out. It will...
Absolutely.
Sometimes you just have to wait for that motivating factor to come. Sometimes you got to seek it out yourself. Other times you got to have certain factors, certain dominoes fall to then motivate you to do something. I would say in the last half decade or so, or within the last 10 years, I've had a lot of that happen for me, where like finally getting motivated to get my GED and finally getting a job and other layers upon layers of things where it's like, when there's a need, there's a desire, there's a motivator to get it done. If you find yourself not having such needs, you're not going to feel motivated. Or if you feel beaten down, where like you have...
You're going to set me off again, and I got to get out of here.
Yeah, but I was just sharing my side of it, this conversation.
I know, it's beautiful, but it makes me want to contribute because I again, this is like, maybe it's because we're talking about this, but it's something that I've been thinking about a lot lately as well, which is this idea of like, how do you, like, what is motivation and all these things, which I know I want to have you finish off with. I didn't want to interrupt you. To me, I had to have you know that I got a lot to say about that, and I don't know if we want to save it for next time or if we want to just not talk about it because it's a whole.
Well, and I can just kind of wrap it up on how I feel about this all, and kind of our layers of what we've talked about today. Was I've had my inspirations over the last 10 years, give or take, if not slightly more than, maybe more than that, but I've had various influences of certain things happening at like nearly the perfect time, where we had 2020 happen, and near the end of that is when VTubing exploded into the West. And I had something that gave me immense comfort in a year that was miserable. And from there, I learned more and more about these very beautiful, fascinating individuals that were just like me. They were just people, but they were of all walks of life. They had different influences of their own. They had different upbringings, and but then they could all unify under a shared interest of like, oh, we all like anime, or we all like video games, or we all like anime video games, we all like Hatsune Miku, that sort of thing. Oftentimes Japanese culture is something that has united a lot of
video games,
a lot of the nerdy among us, the weebs, whatever you want to call them.
Sure.
Either as a term of endearment or not. But I had just a fascination discovered, whereas like I wasn't super into anime as a whole leading up to that point, and I'm still not really, because I've talked about it before on your streams of like what type of anime I've been watching. I watch VTubers. I don't watch a lot of anime. Or my old stuff was like back when I was watching anime, but it was mostly influenced by my parents and my dad having like he had a group in our local area that would do fan dubbing or the subtitle translations and that sort of thing. So there's like layers upon that, and but otherwise it's like thanks to the boom, the Western VTuber boom, the HoloLive and all the other things, I found a new fascination of things. But I also had other influences like learning that I really like certain game genres, like roguelike type games or the Vampire Survivor genre of games, which ended up combining into Hollow Cure, which is like, okay, a new love of this genre of game and a new love of this genre of entertainment has now become one. And so it was stuff like that where it's like sometimes things just fall together to make a perfect combination, where it's like almost accidental or incidental, or it's like the invention of a potato chip was a chef cutting potatoes too thin, and they crisped up in such a way that he's invented a new food, a type of food. Yeah. So it's that sort of thing. And
beautifully said, Fluff.
And so alongside that, there's like various streamers, including you, that has had levels of influence onto what I want to do. Where I'm like, I'm not trying to compete with them. I'm not trying to even be better than them. But I'm like, I look at all their different things. How can I take this, throw it into a pot, mix it up, and make it my meal? Make it my recipe.
Yeah, your room. Yeah. Make it nice. Yeah, I got you. Beautifully said, Fluff. I was gonna say it's funny. Bolton made me laugh in the middle. He's like deep Fluff lore inbound. Yeah, fun stuff like that. I was gonna say because I gotta leave, but I wanted to ask you one question on the way out that maybe you could talk about with the rest of the chat. Maybe Kat, maybe Nah, maybe Bolty. But the idea that really interests me when you're talking about that the whole journey was the idea of like, sometimes the stars align. But I'm also curious about what you think about this kind of like thought experiment, which the idea is essentially, so like there's the story of basically that what you described, where a person goes through like a series of events and everything lines up and it works really well. But I wanted to challenge you to think of what happens if there was a story where nothing really worked out, especially at the beginning, where like the person didn't find VTubers, the person didn't discover the desire to want to pursue a different like job type situation in life. It didn't do all of these things. But okay, now that person's basically given a really shitty start of the cards, a really shitty start of the story, how would they still have a happy ending despite that not good beginning, so to speak? So what if you weren't given any of these things? What if the stars weren't going to align and you still had to get the good ending? But what would you do? How would you go about it? How would you motivate that person who is essentially like super demotivated? Anyways, Fluff, I gotta go. But I appreciate you spending time with me, buddy. Can't wait to see you.
Yeah.
Again,
see you next time.
Enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Bolty. Thank you so much, Kat. Thank you so much, Nah, for being here. Appreciate you guys listening to me ramble and Fluff, and also getting a deep dive into Yakuza, which was a little bit of a surprise. But yeah, we definitely got into the weeds. Alas, thank you guys so much for your time. Hope I can see you on Thursday, and goodbye for now, my friends.
Take care, Grin. And thank you all for joining us for the latest installment of Taco Tuesday, as I've dubbed it. I'm not ending the stream just yet, and I might be doing a second stream after this, given the time. I have plenty more left in the tank myself. But I do appreciate everyone that tuned in. I know Grin has his little outro thing, but yeah, have a good night, Bolty. If anyone else is sticking around, I will probably be setting up a second stream here soon. But if not, I'll catch you in the next ones afterwards. And of course, see you guys on Grin's stream this weekend. But yeah, it was fun being able to chat more and at least had less psychoanalysis. At least left me with less kind of unsure how to answer questions. And, well, the whole Yakuza stuff for me was like, well, what have I been up to lately? And it's like, I've been playing the Yakuza games, so here's what I've gleaned from my time with it so far. It's definitely building up to be one of my favorite franchises, even if the games can differ pretty drastically, not just in main core mechanics, but just smoothness of the game and how it plays. I didn't get to talk about it enough, but I was gonna say that there's so many different factors as to why I like the Yakuza games, is because there's so much game packed into it. It has so many different mini games, including other old Sega games. Like, even just like almost a fully playable arcade version of the latest Virtua Fighter. I would say you should give them a try. I would recommend maybe starting from the earliest numbered entries, or at least start with Yakuza 0. It's about to have its director's cut released as well, but various of them were Game Pass available for, if not still, at least were. So if you don't have a decent PC for it, it's available on consoles as well. The main thing I gotta just make sure others are aware of is, aside from the recent remakes and newer games, most of it's going to be Japanese audio purely. They'll have English subtitles, but just keep in mind that I hope you don't mind reading, because you're going to have to do a lot of that. So as far as I've seen, the director's cut is available, or going to be available soon, on other consoles, because it launched on the Switch version, Switch 2 version, I think, first. But the director's cut adds a bit more cutscenes, adds additional language translations, which is nice for those that need it. And adds like an additional multiplayer mode, and probably the thing that I care about most is the save anywhere function, rather than having to remember to save at a phone, like a phone box or a save point. So that alone would be enough for me to consider that. I haven't streamed 0 yet, but I do plan on doing so leading up to after I get the other games finished, and possibly before I get to Pirate Yakuza. As it was, I started streaming with Yakuza 5 because I had already played the other ones earlier this year, but I might revisit some of them after doing 0. Do a New Game Plus kind of run or something to share the story lines as well. Yeah, so if you're fine with that, then I would say you should be able to handle the game just fine. It's just it's a fair warning, so that way people don't go in thinking the wrong thing about it. That said, the English dubs after Judgment and Like a Dragon are all pretty good. I would say the English dub for Judgment and Lost Judgment are fantastic, and that's what I've been playing them through. My only real hang-up, personally, is I don't like the English dub voice for Kiryu with Gaiden and Infinite Wealth. Not to harp too much on the individual, I'm not a fan of how he did the voice when it's a character that's like now in nearing his 60s. Doesn't sound that like he's old, experienced, grizzled. He sounds like a guy in his mid-30s, which he hasn't been for a long time in the series. Would have been fine if he started voicing him as a young Kiryu, which I think technically he's going to be the English voice for Kiwami 3 coming up. But it's a really fun series. It has a good combat system, has so many different mini games that you can mostly ignore if you don't care for some of them, or you can really dig into. A lot of the like kind of more game of chance type games have cheat items built in for most of the entries, so if you really need to, you can easily make those trivial. But there's just... And then when you get to things like Infinite Wealth, it practically has like 3 games built into it, 3 big games built into it, plus all the other minigame stuff. Because not only do you have the main RPG that you get to play through, but you also get essentially a Animal Crossing-like life sim resort builder mode, and you also get a legally distinct Pokemon creature capture battler game all in one. And that's not even including all the other side activities and multiple jobs that you get to level up with each character and all that, all those layers. So it's just the series has a lot. It's impressive if anyone can 100% complete them all within the span of a year, which one guy nearly did. Technically. And I wouldn't say you have to do any of that. Just play as much as you enjoy for each entry if you get into multiple of them. But 0 or 1 if you want to start as a timeline to understand the overall connections of things, because 0 was made later on, kind of like Borderlands pre-sequel kind of scenario where, yes, it's a prequel, no, you shouldn't play it before you play 2. Or, in some ways, yes, 0 is the prequel, but maybe you should play the other games in order first. At least 1 through 6, and then you can go back and play 0. Which is what I initially planned on doing, but since the director's cut was on the horizon, I was going to hold off until I knew when. And at this point, I'll at least try to play it, stream it, before I do Pirate Yakuza.
Incredible!
Possibly in tandem with Infinite Wealth when I get to it, which at this rate, probably going to be Q1 2026, I guess. So maybe February, March at the earliest. But it's a series I kind of wish I got into sooner, but at the same time, I'm happy I'm playing through now. Yeah, thank you, Sir Ket.
Congratulations!
Glad you enjoyed it too. I think I'll go ahead and... Let's see, if I do this, I can select my characters again.
Ready.
Wait, is that my custom one? No, there's my custom. Alright, I think I'll go ahead and wrap up here. I might do another stream. I'll see if Red's awake and willing to tune in for that. If not, I'll plan it out, but I think it'll be in the next 30 minutes to an hour. And then I'll just do... I don't know, maybe I'll just go ahead and end early and just take some time to relax. I'll figure it out. If anyone's awake by that point, you'll see a notification for another stream if another one happens. And if not, I hope you all have a good evening. Thank you for joining us for another Taco Tuesday. Glad I could at least find a game that's a little easier to play and talk. I like how colorful that one is. Alright. I will see y'all in the next one. Keep an eye out just in case if there's a stream after this. I'll figure something out. It'll probably be either Lost Judgment or Like a Dragon. Probably some more Lost Judgment. But till then, have a good evening. Have a good rest of your week. And I will catch you in the next one. Yep. It's one of my favorites. I'm glad I was able to unlock it. Always love a good Egyptian techie kind of combo. Don't get to use it enough in games. So, until next time, could be very soon, could be tomorrow, we'll see. But take care. Don't forget to drop a like and subscribe if you haven't. It's always very much appreciated. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.